Okay, hey everyone. Joseph, you were ready with that first. And hello, Thunder. Looks like Thunder, you're getting right in there with a question, which is perfect. Oh gosh, let's see if I can do it. You don't know why, but it's D. Okay. A transverse wave with an amplitude of 3 centimeters travels along a stretched string. Its frequency of 12 hertz, wavelength of 0.25 meters. What is the average speed of the particle in the string as the string oscillates during a time 2.0 seconds? Yeah, you could definitely, well, So we can make a function for the position of this thing. And if we want to get the average speed, we're going to want a derivative, or I think we could just do a slope of a line here for average speed. Rather than integration, unless there's an equation here that I'm not aware of where that would make us want to integrate. X is time, Y is displacement. Yep. So don't you want the derivative of displacement if you want speed? Because if they wanted average position, we could definitely do an integral to get the average position. Or isn't that what the question is? Oh, you want the distance traveled by the particle and you're going to divide it by time? Or the total displacement of the particle? You know, that's possible too. The thing with integrating is that I think we're going to want the absolute value of the function. Yeah, I feel like there's probably a couple of different ways to do this problem, but that's probably a valid way, and since that's the way that you're saying, that's probably the better way to do it. Lambert W function, I've heard of it. I don't really know how to do much with it. Like, Tencent or Zach might know more about it. I never have had to do anything with it. I'm aware that it exists and that it can come up with integration a lot. So if we follow, waiting until W function gets into TikTok brain. Like there's a lot of integrals that result in the Lambert W function. Usually when I see Wolfram Alpha tell me that, I assume that it's just an integral that I can't do. But yeah, I believe it comes up there. So the amplitude is 3 centimeters. 12 hertz and a wavelength of 0.25. Is a wavelength like the distance traveled by one complete period? Like, is this value here the 0.25? Yes? Okay. And I just realized they're mixing their units here. They gave the centimeters and the meters here. You think it's irrelevant? Yeah, I don't see how we use it here, because I think the frequency tells us everything we need to know about or the frequency and the amplitude tells us everything we need to know here. I was wondering like how the heck we're supposed to use that. How do you use frequency inside of a sine function? It's 2 pi times the frequency. Because you would do 2 pi over the period. So do we want really 24 pi? No? You don't know? Okay, that's fair. Think you give solutions to Kepler's equation. If you do a little funky complex stuff, I wanted to check why my approach was invalid. Oh, I'd be kind of interested to look at it, but there's a the probability of me saying that I have no clue what the hell I'm looking at is extremely high. We would want an X there. So just for the sake of argument, we should work in centimeters. Oh, you're right. They do give the answers in centimeters. Yeah, that's fair. So let's, rather than going through and doing this by hand, because I'm not sure of this approach, let's just let Wolfram Alpha do some integration for us and see if we can get to answer D from one of these. So we're going to divide by 2 seconds, and we want total displacement in the numerator. So we're going to do 2 seconds, so our integral range is from 0 to 2. And then I'm going to say we want the absolute value of our displacement. Three sine 24 pi x. And let's see if this gives us the 144 that our heart desires. It's non-calc? Ah. And it's wrong anyway. That's 6 over pi, which is not even close. Oh, well, you're saying to do integration before, so I assume that we could use it, but... Okay, let's, there's probably an equation for this. Average speed of particle in a string. Yeah, sure, syntax. Geometry dash music. Yeah, feel free to put your question there in chat or in my Discord. Hey Jed, what's that? Oh yeah, the Minesweeper. I said that a few weeks ago, but I haven't been streaming often enough for someone to like redeem it, I think. I'll have to do it in a minute though. So I want to answer Thunder's question, and then if Geometry Dasher over on YouTube posts their question, I'm probably gonna want to look at that. Expert mode in a minute. What happens if you fail? If I fail, I'm probably... So when I do Minesweeper, I tend to rage pretty hard because I try to do as fast as I can, and I makes for a lot of fails. You said you do it in a minute? I did? Am I crazy? I said I'll solve a Minesweeper when I have time next. That's all it says. Oh, I get it. I'll do it in a minute, as in... Okay. Yeah. Gonna hold you to... You're counting down. Both for starting it in a minute and completing it within a minute. Yeah, we'll do Minesweeper in a second here. Oh God, I said in a second now, I just made it even worse. So, Thunder, if we can't do calculus, trying to integrate the position function isn't going... Like, we can't do that approach. Which you know. Um, I'm trying to. I mean, I'm just going off what you're saying. Like, I think the thing that you're saying with getting the total displacement and dividing by time would be perfectly fine. But if we can't use calculus, I think what we have to do is, you know, let's just pretend like this is the starting point at 0 seconds. This is the end point at 2 seconds. The average speed is the slope of this line here. And we have the 2 points, so we can figure out what that slope is. That's just like a calculus thing, I think. Right? Or it's not calculus. I mean, no. I feel like this is the average speed. I'm having a hard time actually justifying it. I'm thinking of like the it runs like this idea though. Because yeah, Josh, I see your problem there. I think I can work it out. I'm gonna try and get an answer to this question first though. That's location function. Yeah, syntax. Like here we're saying that y is displacement and x is time. And so the slope of the line through the beginning point to the end point should be average speed. The second round of a Greek math tournament. Yeah, I'm not that confident that I can do part 2 there, but part 1 I can see how to do off the bat. And so Thunder, this idea comes from like if we just use our calculus knowledge, and then we're gonna leave it behind to actually answer the question because if we can't use calculus, but like the entire idea of calculus is that this tangent line to the displacement, like the slope of this tangent line is our speed. You know, that's how we make our definition of a derivative. And we take like the slope like very close to like over a very small interval, like x to x plus h. But you can get an approximation of it if you do it, you know, over some non-arbitrarily small distance. And in that case, you call it the average speed. So the task is like, we already know that we're starting at the origin. So the real task is to figure out what the end point is and then just figuring out the slope of this line. Thing is the function that I made here is not right. Isn't it 0? Because the time period is 1/12. That goes into 2 seconds perfectly 24 times. So now inside X, you gotta go now? Okay, jump Josh. I'm sorry I didn't get to your question as quickly. I just want to say like the idea for part 1, and you can check the VOD if you want. But I'll just quickly try and say the idea. But if you have to go, then please go. But I'm not quite sure how to do part 2 right now. And sorry, Thunder, that I'm just taking a second here. Oh, actually, this isn't so bad. If we want to know how many zeros the number has, that's the same as the number of tens. And the answer to this question is we just 10 is 5 times 2, and we have a 5 and a 2 right there. So we can say that A is also, we have 95s and 92 twos. So let's take out 5 times 2 to the 90 times 2 squared times 3 to the 4th times 7 squared. Hey, Quantologia? And so we have a 10 to the 90 right here. So we have 90 zeros times 2 squared times 3 to the 4th times 7 squared. Oh, that's only trailing zeros. Jet is right. But this number isn't so bad to calculate by hand, I think. There's probably a faster way, but it's 2 squared, 3 to the 4th, and 7 squared. So 40. There's probably a better way. But that's my idea for this problem, that if you just take those 10s out, it becomes way easier to calculate. Like, this is realistic to do by hand. Or if you're good at mental math, just, you know, do that mentally, I guess. Then times 4. 6, 1, 5, 2. Three. Okay, so it's 15,856 with 90 zeros after it. So the answer to part 1 is 90. The last non-zero digit is 6. Wrong? Okay, well, I don't know how to do math by hand, evidently. There's probably a trick just to get that last digit. 9 times 4, isn't it 36? Oh, did I put a 2 there? No, the 2 is from the last thing. You carried a 1. Oh, I did carry a 1. Yeah, why would I do that? You got it correct? Okay, nice. So I won't... Actually, no, I feel like I have to finish the math mentally now. I have to prove to the world 15,876, I think. Hey, so my answer, it didn't change. Yeah, thank you for the question, Jammer Dash. Hope you sleep well. And Quantologia, how much time has it been since you started this channel? I started in January of last year. Well, I've been going on Twitch for longer than I've been going on YouTube. YouTube's like closer to a year. Like a year and a half or something. And Twitch is maybe like a year and 9 months. So it's Saturday too? Sounds good. Okay. Sorry about that, Thunder. So let me just... Okay, and I see you posted the thing in my Discord syntax. Okay, I'm still not making this position or displacement function correctly, though. And we're still going to want the absolute value here, no matter what. She knows for physics? Oh, cool. Do you do similar, like, helping thing like this? Or do you just, like, make videos, I guess? I'm curious to hear more. Uploaded much yet, only one video. Oh, okay. Gotta start somewhere. How's average speed? Isn't it average velocity? Just the videos? Oh, okay. Hey, bed. I want to take the absolute value of this. And that'll make it speed. Because you're right, if we allowed negatives, that would make it velocity. I still need to fix what's inside the parentheses, though. I don't know what should be inside the parentheses. We can do... Was I wrong with doing 2 pi times the frequency? Okay, so I'm saying that the absolute value makes it displacement because our velocity only has 2 signs. Like, we're either going up for positive velocity or down for negative velocity, but if we only want speed, we'll just make everything positive. That's kind of like just what I'm thinking with taking the absolute value. Do you know projectile motion? Only barely that. If there's like a basic question, I could probably figure it out. Frequency, yeah, it is 1 over period. ODE exam today. Wish you luck. Oh, wow. Good luck, aero engineer. I think ODs are super fun, but yeah, I hope you hope it goes well. For sine, it's 2 pi over period equals 2 pi times frequency. So yeah, which would lead me to think that it's 24 pi, you know, x, where if x is time, but that's not going to get us the right answer, because we would... you get 72. 6 times 24, that is 12 times 12. How's that 72, unless there's another step? Oh, you're dividing it by 2, maybe? Okay. Well, yeah, quant. We know the answer is 144, but I don't know how to get there. Is the absolute value doing splits into 2 thingamabobs? I don't think so. Going to oscillate 24 times because it's 12 hertz. You have the amplitude in the wavelength. It's going to oscillate. That makes sense. I have the amplitude in the wavelength. I don't know what to do with that, though. I don't know what to do with the amplitude and wavelength, I guess. Consider the circumference of the oval? Is this drawing out an oval? Vertical displacement is 3 centimeters and the horizontal is 3 centimeters. Or sorry, vertical is 3, horizontal is 0.25. But sine always draws out a circle, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the final answers are in centimeters, so we're going to just work in centimeters. What I'm trying to do is just get what the final position is after 2 seconds. The final displacement after 2 seconds. Actually, I guess we don't. I guess we. Yeah. No, which the absolute value we still want that for. That's displacement. Oh, I see what you're saying. if we want displacement, we need to add up distance from the origin. And that's why you're integrating. Well, actually, no, it's not. No. Yeah, you're right. I think I see what you're saying, Thunder. Okay, let's go with the actual text of the problem, because I feel like this is way simpler than I'm making it. A transverse wave, an amplitude of 3 centimeters, travels along a stretched string. Yeah, Quan, if you can say like what the approach is here, that'd be appreciated. 'Cause I don't know the more I look at it. Why is this website loading like crap? Wait, I'm frequency of 12 hertz. Okay, 12 hertz is 12 waves per second. 2 seconds later, the lobe displays 24 waves. Each wave is 0.25 meters. Well, I think we care about the amplitude rather than the wavelength. Like, I think maybe, with each wave, we're traveling up 3, down 3, up 3, or sorry, down 3 again, and then up 3. So each wave we're doing 12 centimeters vertically, and we have 24 waves in total. So 24 times 12, and for some reason we need to divide by 2 to get the right answer, but I don't know why. Why do we need to divide by 2? To make it the average speed? Yeah, because this is, okay, yeah, because this is distance, this is time. Hey, Scrim, average along 2 cycles. Wait, 288? Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know what the average along 2 cycles bit means. I feel like this is how we do it, though. So, Thunder, I'm just thinking about what happens during one wave. So in one wave, we're traveling up amplitude 3, down amplitude 3, down 3, up 3. So in total, we've traveled 12 centimeters. And then, as Jed said, we have 24 of these waves. So 24 waves, 12 centimeters each, is our distance. Distance per wave, and that's time. Well, a transverse wave, the wave's frequency, it's a particle in the string. So what I imagine is we're taking, like, if we have the flat string, or I guess it's gonna have some slack or whatever, but like we're just tracking a single point, is what I'm imagining at least, as it moves up and down. So we only have vertical displacement or distance traveled, is what I think. Yeah. And I guess we have to be tracking a node, the one I look at it more. Transverse waves move. I think, isn't a transverse wave like up and down, and a longitudinal wave is parallel? I don't actually know. Like, I'm pretty sure we're tracking the same spot on the string throughout this. And I assume it's going to be like, you know, the minimum or the maximum spot. Okay, Quan, so it sounds like we got a similar thing. Transversely oscillates perpendicularly to the direction of the wave's advance. Okay, thank you for looking that up, Stooky. So yeah, Hunter, I think that you were right that the wavelength is just a bait. We only have vertical distance happening. The particles move in the direction of energy transfer. Well, it's a particle in the string. There's no particles moving in that string, as far as I know. If they were asking about, like, if you somehow had like a ball and you had like a wave that was moving through the string, then like maybe there's some, then like, you know, maybe there's something like that there, but I really think they're moving. A stationary wave wouldn't have moving waves. I don't think I've heard this from stationary wave. Peak amplitude profile does not move in space. Anon, I'm pretty terrible with physics, but you can try me. No, I'm not very familiar with the waves, Thunder. Oh, they're not opposites, or like they're not mutually exclusive? He was wrong, IDK. Hate waves. It sounds like, at least from what I'm reading, is that the standing wave is two transverse waves superposed, as you're saying. Or kind of like what you're saying, Thunder. Standing wave in red, created by a superposition of left traveling blue and right traveling green. What is standing about this wave? I guess that... Oh, the zero stays zero. Okay, I see, yeah, how it's not traveling. Okay. So we don't have a standing wave. We have, like, the blue or the green situation, not the red one. I think that's what... Oh, and so you're saying we... Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I mean, I don't know enough to say what the question is right or wrong. Personally. I can see why you're saying that. It definitely looks like there's horizontal displacement happening here. And I assume there's some explanation where... Yeah, I assume there's an explanation for why there's not really horizontal displacement. That's what you're saying, Jed. But I have a hard time really saying why. That probably becomes equivalent syntax. It's just, it's more complicated to me, and there's something that could go wrong there. The absolute value is much more direct to me, and it's actually, I don't think it's that, I think it turns out to not be that important now. Quant over on YouTube is putting in an explanation. Maximum speed Vmax of a particle in the string is harmonic motion is given by Vmax 2 pi f a Vmax equals 2 pi f a. It's the frequency of the wave, a is the amplitude, Vmax is 2 pi times 12 hertz times 0.3 Vmax. Hey, Slow Turtle. So I thought you were saying that we can't do calculus here. Salman, I would recommend you go to Paul's online notes. All right, see you, Quant. I don't think, yeah, just kind of go through this site if you want to learn about limits and how to do them. Rate your formula math discussion. Perfect. Not a single number in sight. Well, I guess there's a couple of ones in there. I think I used a couple more gammas. Other than that, perfect. Okay, so what other chats am I missing? Came to say really like the idea of the stream just began with self-learning math. I think it's a great way to discuss it. Awesome, Wonder. Thank you so much for the kind words. Is there any way to send me a photo? You can do it in my Discord server. Shit, there are ones. Hold on. Can you please teach about relation and function? Himanshu says, I can try and give a quick explanation. I'm trying to work on I'm trying to get like a final answer to this thing first, and then I can try and talk more about what you're asking about, Himanshu. See you, Quant. I'm not ignoring you, Quant. I have like 50 million chats. Fucking hell. And Bargob, thank you for the follow. I'm not going to try to pronounce the rest of that. Salman, I just addressed you. So if you can ask me a specific question if you want, but that's my answer unless you want to ask a really specific one. You can skip your. All right, I'm sorry that I don't have a better answer for you, Thunder. I see what you're saying, and I'm sure there's an explanation. I don't know how to do it. Hey, Barga, welcome in. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna address Himanshu's question about the difference between a relation and a function. I'm gonna do the Minesweeper, and then we'll look at syntax errors thing, because that was just like a for fun thing. And yeah. Okay, so Himanshu. Oh, after I just deleted Slow Turtle, I saw you saying about a simulator. Hey, SPQ. Okay, I'll keep it up there, but I can't just spend all my time on one thing right now. So a relation. A relation maps. How can I? It maps numbers to one or more other numbers? One or more other numbers. A function maps numbers to one other number. And the visual way of showing this is the vertical line test. So if I draw a generic function like this, I should be able to draw a vertical line anywhere here, and it will anywhere on this graph, and it only intersects the function once. So this thing is a function because I can never intersect it twice. So I would say this thing here is a function. We don't have to care like what even makes this function. We just know that it's a function. Why is, oh my god. Funk. Function. And then something that is a relation does not pass the vertical line test. So something like this, if we can make a vertical line here, for instance, and it hits the function twice. So this thing, or sorry, it hits this curve twice. So we say this thing is a relation because it doesn't pass the vertical line test. That's the most important difference. Yeah, for one-to-one Slow Turtle. So Himanshu, that's the most important thing to know. Ishan, that's a huge question. You can ask me a specific question if you want, but I can't tell you about all of differential equations right now. Yeah, you're right. It's possible to make a vertical line that would miss it. It's VBoo. That's a crazy problem. I would Google it, and you can probably get a better solution than what I can give you. I don't know how to do that. All right, so Slow Turtle, you're saying for this wave one, you can solve it using V equals W over K, where W is 2 pi F. What's K? Oh, that's probably omega. No, omega, no. It may just be a W. Is omega, no, omega is angular frequency? I don't know, man. Fix it. Oh, thank you. Having actual numbers in there was kind of disgusting. You find out the exponentiation. Is that xy prime plus y equals 0, Ishan? Yeah, so I would say Scrimp is saying the right idea here. If that is an equal sign there. It's literally just that? Oh my god. Leave it to corrupt to find like most complicated representation. Copy to the wrong one? Okay. There's someone else that I wanted to address. I don't know. Let's see if we can do this Minesweeper. I think I bookmarked. Did I? I did. No, that's not the... What did I just... Oh, yeah, it's a book. Okay. Isn't there... How do I make this... There we go. Hey, Amelia. This is a Minesweeper that Jed redeemed a while ago. Let's see if I can do it quickly. This is challenge Minesweeper, because... trying to focus on 5 things at once right now. Usually the thing that makes me fail is either... Minesweeper, it's... I play it way too much, but it's a stupid game because I click on the wrong thing that I don't mean to all the time, and it's literally RNG. Like there's situations where no matter how good you are, you just have to guess. You can choose the one that has the best odds, but you're still guessing, and some. I can see that I'm missing a lot of chats right now, but yeah, see, we're right over here in the upper right. I have to guess here. Yeah, okay. Let me catch up with chat. Anybody too many pies? Oh. Yeah, there are flags, but I feel like those are a waste of time. Grind comes first. Yeah. It's Fibu. If you're asking JEE questions, because that's what it looks like, I don't really know how to do those. So those are on a different level. Amelia, I'm in America. Logarithm? Yeah, if you have a problem, feel free to post it. I know logs. And Farid? Anyone can get good at math. Ishan. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Jed, I'm not going to take your points for if I don't get a dub, but I'm going to put a pin in the Minesweeper for now. That's sure syntax. Okay, so Ishan is asking about y prime times sine of 2 pi x equals pi y cosine 2 pi x. So this is separable. So what I do, I want to get all the x's on the right side and all the y's on the left. So I'm going to divide each side by y. So 1 over y prime. And I'm going to divide each side by sine of 2 pi x. So that pi is still up front. And then we have cosine 2 pi x over sine 2 pi x. Hey, Howler. I'm just answering a question from Isham. This is a differential equation. Amelia, 0 factorial is 1 because we say it is. There isn't... It makes formulas more convenient, but there's no reason it has to be. That's just, as far as I know, it just is the most convenient thing for us to say what 0 factorial is. Drake, I'm all good. I've looked at JE questions before, and they're they're hard for the sake of being hard, not to actually teach you anything, in my opinion. Okay, so cosine over sine, the thing with parentheses are the same, so we can say this thing is cotangent. There's still no reason it has to be that, Jed. I mean, that's like a nice pattern, but I don't think that's a proof. How do you use 0 factorial to solve the Riemann hypothesis? Easily. That's how you use it in Math Channel. From here, we can integrate both sides. Because we've separated our variables. So 1 over y integrates to ln y. Cotangent, I think, okay, thank you, syntax error, for giving me that integral. We'd have to do a u sub with 2 pi x. All we do is ended up dividing by 2 pi. And then the integral of cotangent is ln sine of x. In this case, 2 pi x. Priyanshu, did you put a question in there? And then we have a plus c as well. Yeah, the absolute value isn't... I think it's about to go away. You can put it there in chat, or you can put it in my Discord. Whatever's easier for you. So from here, it's just kind of cleaning up Ishan. Sorry, I was scrolling up. Actually, were we given an initial condition? Let me see. No, okay, you didn't give us an initial condition, so that's fine. What here we do is we do e to the power of each side. And this is just, like, at this point we can say we solved the differential equation, but usually they want you to clean it up and isolate y. There's no initial condition? Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So when we do e to the power of each side, we're going to get... Oh, wow, that's kind of funny. So the sine of 2 pi x is going to come down because it's inside an ln, but the pi times 1 over 2 pi is going to stay up there, and that's equal to 1/2. So we have basically a square root of sine. Ooh. This constant moves to be in front of this. I should show my work here. This is a little bit too hard to... I shouldn't do all this in my head. If I was doing this for myself, I would just do this in my head, but let me actually show why. Let me show what's happening here. So if we clean up this thing right here. Sorry, because I'm going backwards a little bit in my work, so I realize I'm doing a lot of things in my head right now, and I shouldn't do that. We have this. The E and the L on the left side canceled. And then all I did was I canceled the pi and the pi. So what I'm going to do next is we have a plus right here, and we can use an exponent identity to split it up into multiplication. Times e to the c. This is a constant to the power of another constant, so let's just call it a constant again, and we're just going to be bad and call it c, even though you technically should put it d or some like different letter. I'm just going to not, because it's differential equations, we don't care about that thing, that type of thing. And then we can cancel the e and the ln like we did earlier, but that 1/2 stays up here. Hey, hard-lucked. Yay, math indeed. So that's how we get sine to the power of 1/2 2 pi x, and that's the solution here. Okay, Howler, you have a presentation on application of matrix in real life. Suggest some unique ideas, please. Yeah, we can do a square root as well. It doesn't matter. The first thing that comes to mind is AI, because that's kind of like the hip thing to talk about, and those use a bunch of matrices. Correct? Nice. Let me know if you have any questions about that. We can use matrices, like matrices are everywhere. Subscribed? Awesome. Thank you. Like a place of matrices that I like are the Lotka-Volterra equations. This is probably a little bit advanced. I don't know what level you're at, but they can be used to model the populations of animals with one population of predators and one population of prey. So that's like a I think like the cool thing right now is to talk about AI, but if you want something that's not AI, that's what comes to mind for me. AI is full matrices, Hardluck says. Yeah. Like the chat window looks clean. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was working on yesterday. Andrew Tate talks about matrices quite a bit. He's yeah, it's exactly that, Thunder. It's a system of differential equations. It's a cool one. Okay. Okay, so there's a lot of questions that are happening. Let's start say with a graph of mod x. Does that make sense? I don't know what mod x. I'm not sure what that means, Star Saver. And that might just be me being stupid. No English alphabet or numbers. Yeah, it's syntax. That's what I'm confused on. It seems like we should have two inputs, unless they mean like the modulus. Oh, yes. I think they mean the modulus. Okay, here, but before I look at this, let me so if you're asking about like mod x, I'm going to interpret that as the absolute value of x, and I think there's different terminologies for this. And so I'm more used to seeing absolute value with like the vertical bars, but basically it's really similar. All it does is if you have if you plug a positive number in, positive x stays positive. If you plug a negative thing in for x, it becomes positive as well. It just sends everything to be positive. So it's going to look just like y equals x over here when we're in the positive x's. But over for negative x's, it's going to become like a mirrored reflection in the negative x's. So that's how this graph looks like. It looks like a V. Recognize someone is absolutely crucial to solving your problem. Which is a little longer than the character limit. Student, you can try my Discord if you have an account. You can have to split them into multiple chats. Resistance times cross-sectional. Okay, let's look at this physics question from Anand. Or Medite. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong on Discord. You should take a look at that after. Current of 5 amps passes through a copper conductor. Resistivity 1.7 times 10 to the 8th ohm meters. Of radius of cross-section 5 millimeters. Find the mobility of the charges if their drift velocity is 1.1 times 10 to the minus 3 meters per second. Mobility of the charges. We want a volt second. Resistance times cross-sectional area equals resistivity times length. See current, I already cried. So Thunder, in that... Okay. I was about to ask you, like, what's the mobility in that equation that you put there? So, and you can look at the units, though. We want meters squared per velocity seconds. Yeah, not I see that anon, but I'm not sure what to do. Like, I assume there's an equation that's going to help us more exactly here, but what I'm really looking at more is the units in these answers. We can try and make it match. Drift velocity upon electric field. I guess I don't really know how do we work out the electric field with this thing. We're given the drift velocity. Oops, why did I do that? Redo. Arush, you're asking about a crazy looking trig identity. I don't see how to do that immediately, and there's a very small chance I'll be able to do that, Arush, so I'm not sure. I'm sure there's probably usually somewhere on Google, though. Yeah, mobility of charges. So you're saying resistivity times drift times current is ohm meter squared per velocity second. I forget what the units of resistivity are. J is the current volume density. My educational background, I have a bachelor's in applied math and a minor in computer science. So, okay, J is the number. J is the amount of current passing through a cross section. Hey, Waffle. So resistivity, is that rho? I think it is. Just looking at what Scrimpool is saying. Resistivity we're given. Times 5 amps times the cross-sectional pi r squared, right? So millimeter is 0.005 meters. Thank you, M. Pratap. J over rho? Hey, Krim. Drift velocity over field. It's J over rho. It just feels weird, I guess. All right. That probably is gonna make the units work out better, though. In math discussion, student, or math homework help, it's VD over E. There, apparently the mobility that we want is drift velocity over E. I'm just looking at what people in the YouTube chat are saying. And apparently G is, or E is J over rho. So rho VD over J. And I think, let's just plug this into Wolfram Alpha and see what it spits out. So the drift velocity is 1.1 times 10 to the minus 3. Meters per second. Can't solve without knowing theory application. Hey, Zach. How's it going? A times pi 5 millimeter squared. No, don't do that. Stop. Wolfram Alpha, you're trying to help and you're not. squared. Going well, it's good to hear. Over row, 1.7 times 10 to the 8th. Meters. See what that spits out. Reciprocal on pairs. Ah, oh, Wolfram, okay. Current over area. Oh, you're right. Why aren't I doing current over area? Thank you, Pratap. Wolfram Alpha still hates me. Yeah, Zach. I'm just a little bit done with the whiteboard right now. I still like the vibe. It's just too much of a pain to set up it every time I want to stream math, though. No, paint incoming. The thing is, I want to see if the units would actually match up. Because I obviously don't know what I'm doing here. Like, it makes sense to me that J should be the current per area. All right, if we do say screw the units, though, do we get a number that matches any of the available answers at least? I wish that the units here for Wolfram actually worked consistently, but they really just don't. 2.93 times 10 to the 6? Nope, not even close. That's way... What the hell? Okay, what if we, the row should flip up here. Let's just... Maybe I'm being too fancy with the fractions of fractions. Wolfram? Oh yeah, you're right, Scrimp. If I'm doing it like this, I should... Wolfram Alpha would... Like, I was hoping it would convert the units for me, but, nope. .93? That doesn't match any of the answers. Figured out the question you asked before, because some nasty SHM stuff. Oh, geez. Okay. Ugh. Oh, thank you, Ishan. Parentheses for numerator and denominator. I shouldn't with the way that I'm inputting it here, but let's just put this in a more natural way. What is J? 5 over, let's see, just do it here. 5 over pi times 0.005 squared. J is 63662. Write it down in paint. 63662. Now, E, which is J over rho, is we take this value and we divide it by 63662 over 1.7 times 10 to the 8th resistivity. So then E is 0.00037. 44. 45, I guess. And then we do the drift over E. Drift is 1.1 times 10 to the minus 3 times 10 to the minus 3 over, remember we just had 0.00037. Okay, I'm gonna say I don't know how to do this apparently. Sorry, I I need to move on. Because there's a bunch of questions that are being posted. So I'm sorry. I forget West because the chat has kind of been a flurry, but I'm not very experienced with E and M. Okay, so who asked a question right after that? Okay, so there's a bacteria growth rate question from Ishan. I need to do some prioritization here. A while ago, Ishan asked that. I already addressed Arush, so I probably can't do that one. I'm looking at what the questions are right now, and I'm seeing like what I can prioritize to do first. SR Gamer. Oh, that looks terrible, SR Gamer. I don't know how you do that. Well, actually, no, I guess I do. I probably do. I don't know. SR Gamer. Is that just a for fun question? Actually, you know, I don't think I know the answer should be 0. I don't know how you prove it. The hell? Okay. So yeah, I'm either type it out there in chat or put it in my Discord. And then this bro person on Discord posted that problem. And I think that's all the problems that are currently being asked. Can I... This last one is counting, and I don't know how to count. How many different ways can 10 balls be chosen from these 4 boxes? So that from each box, at least 1 ball is red. Oh, God. That's a really... There's a lot of different scenarios to consider with a setup like this. Combinatorics waffle? Yeah. My worst nightmare, though, personally. That's made it worse. So I don't know what to do offhand, and I think Google's gonna give you a better explanation than I could. Yeah, Zach. Each box contains... The thing is, you have to consider taking different amounts from different boxes, and I don't know how you would deal with that. Because you're pulling at least 1 red ball and at least 1 blue ball. I just don't know how you do 15, I think. It's posted in my Discord in the math discussion if someone wants to look at it, but I don't think I can answer that last one in the list there. All right, syntax. I'm sorry that I couldn't get to what you posted. I'll try to take a look at it after the stream, though. Yeah, this is a pretty hard question here, so I wish I could do it, but... Here to chill? Okay. Let's take a look at Ishan's bacteria growth rate question. Because this one, like, I'm thinking about it. I know it should be 0 because the factorial is way stronger than the x squared, but I don't know how to actually... Like, x factorial is not a continuous function, so that makes everything weird, unless you want to get into gammas. Well, yeah, Zach, but that's not an actual proof. I just know what it should be. I don't know how you actually, like, show that, though. I guess we could compare it. I mean, we could do a comparison. Because we know that it's less than something else, right? Or we can name something, oops, we can name something else that's less than this and diverges. Which is an exponential. Okay. You know what? I see it now. Limit as x goes to infinity of 2x squared over x factorial is greater than the limit as x goes to infinity of 2x squared over any exponential you want, as long as the base is more than 1. So let's just say 2 to the x. And this we do know how to do, because with the factorial makes everything weird on the left there. You want to Zen play the integrating the square root of tangent x is a crazy problem. I'd look at the black pen, red pen video. Oh wait, I flipped the sign, didn't I? No, yeah, I flipped the sign. Wait, this isn't right. I don't know, what is CFT, by the way? Isn't this not right? Shouldn't a weaker function But that now this comparison isn't helpful. We want something that is... Oh, so, okay. Maybe I see... Wait, okay, if x factorial is greater than x cubed for large enough x, so that means 1 over x factorial is less than 1 over x cubed. No, it's not what I want. Like, I need the inequality to go the other way. But no, oh wait, oh my god, no, I'm sorry. I literally said this is going to 0, and then I forgot that it's going to 0, and I was thinking, oh, okay. I'm freaking hell. Okay. I was getting mixed up with what this answer should be. I forgot that it's supposed to be 0. I was thinking that it's infinity. Root tan x is easy, then you solve it, Satyam. Okay, question related to quadrilateral. If it's a basic question, yes. If it's a competition question or something that's really hard, then no. Or at least I'm not going to be able to answer it. You can give the question, but if you can say the question, I can tell you if I can answer it. But there's a feeling if it's anything that's not pretty basic, then I don't know. Okay, so I suspect this thing goes to 0 because the factorial is stronger than the x squared. So I want to bound it from above with something that I know converges. So I chose x cubed here because it gives a nice cancellation. Uh, 2x squared over x cubed is equal to the limit as x goes to infinity of 2 over x, which is 0. We also know this thing is always more than 0, by the way, or equal to. That's important. So what we just showed is 0 is less than limit as x goes to infinity of 2x squared over x factorial is less than or equal to 0. So that means that thing is equal to 0. You would have liked to see a gamma function representation of x factorial and then a L'Hopital's rule. I know the gamma function exists. I never worked with it though. How to prove a quadrilateral is a parallelogram? I assume you need to look at the angles. You need to show that this angle is the same as that angle, and this angle is the same as that angle. Maybe there's another way to do it too, but I don't know. I guess you could look at the side length. If you can prove that the side lengths are the same, opposite to each other, I think you're also okay. Is that true? I feel like it is. Yeah, and that's what you're saying too. Okay. We did that limit 1 let. Is this playlist looping? It's been looping. Okay. Let's look at this bacteria population growth problem from Ishan. Anand Thankum is asking about the Laplace transform of e to the 3t. I can do that after this question. And then Preeti Lata? I'm sorry I'm saying it wrong. Integrate tangent x over 4 ln tangent x squared plus pi squared from 0 to x over 2. I think that one's gonna be a little bit beyond me. I don't. That looks like a pretty crazy problem. Okay, so the growth rate of population bacteria in time t is proportional to the number present at time t and doubles in 1 week. How many bacteria can be expected after 2 weeks, after 4 weeks? Hey, Jepleg, thank you. So I forget, Ishan. Do you know calculus? Because oh yeah, you asked about the differential equations. Okay. So I assume we need to do this in a differential equations way, and we normally set up, I believe it's this differential equation, that y prime, the growth rate of the number of bacteria, is proportional, so we need a constant of proportionality k, to the number present at time t. That's just y. So this first part of the problem, you can translate that part of the sentence into this math equation here. Going right? Awesome. And so I was thinking, I think if they're saying if it doubles in 1 week, k is probably going to be 2, but I don't want to say that for certain. We can just solve this as a differential equation and figure it out later. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to divide each side by y to get 1 over y times y prime equals k. And then we can integrate each side. So we get ln y equals k times t plus c. Then we do e to the power of each side. And similar to that last problem, we're going to end up with y equals c e to the kt. And we need to figure out what these two constants are. Oh, Stooky. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Yeah, you know, now you say that, that problem might not be that bad. Pranav, what are you asking? Perfectly smooth, closed, three-dimensional object that is finite in size and has no holes, meaning any loop drawn on a surface can be continuously shrunk to a single point without cutting or tearing. Demonstrate this object must necessarily be a three-dimensional sphere similar to a basketball and cannot be any other type of closed, hole-free shape. That's beyond me, I'm sorry. I can't solve it. I don't know how you do. I've never done a problem like that in my life. So if this thing doubles after 1 week, if we measure t in weeks, yeah, it's a little bit weird because they don't give us the initial one, and that's okay. So I think what we can do, we can say that, yeah, exactly what Scrimp is saying. We can give ourselves an initial condition that at time 0, let's just say we have y sub 0 population. It's not actually going to be that important. That's going to mean that y is equal to y sub 0 kt. And if we divide this y sub 0 over, this thing here is current population over initial population. And that's actually perfect. Because all we care about is doubling or tripling the original. We don't care about the actual number. Okay. Yeah, Preet, a lot of you can post your question once. I don't think I know how to do that one either. If you're posting JEE questions, I generally don't know how to do them. Um, the growth rate, it doubles in 1 week. So if it doubles in 1 week, that means that we have this y over y sub 0 is 2. Because that means the current population is twice the initial. So we have 2 equals e to the k times 1 because it's 1 week. So if we take ln of each side, we get ln of 2 is equal to k. So that means y over y0 is equal to e to the ln ln of 2, close parentheses, times t. And we can simplify this because e and ln cancel, so we get 2 to the t. So basically each week it's going to be double what it just was. So how many bacteria can be expected after 2 weeks? It's going to be y over y0 equals 2 to the 2 equals 4. So we'd say it's going to be 4 times the initial population. And we do a similar thing for after 4 weeks. Equals 2 to the 4 equals 16. So after 4 weeks, we have 16 times the initial population. And that's how I would do that question there. Oops. Isn't it 2 times e to the t? No, I'm pretty sure it's 2 to the t. If this was ln2 plus t, it would be like that. Anon, I think. Pranav, I'm not a school teacher. I've been a tutor before. But not an actual teacher. So I hope that makes sense, Ishan. Okay, Keyshawn, you put like 5 integrals in the chat. Which one do you actually want me to look at? I'm scrolling up in chat right now to see if I'm missing any other questions. Okay, so times, however, can you probably emphasis on y0 factorial equals 1? I just kind of accept it as a fact, or like as something that we just all agree is true. That's the Poincare conjecture way too simplified? Oh, okay, enough. So yeah, guys, sorry, the YouTube chat has just been a little bit too fast for me to keep up with that well. So if I miss a chat, that's why. Do I know Fourier series? A tiny bit, it's been a long time. Are you doing basic differential equations? Currently, that's the question we were just working on. Yeah, I'm looking at what other questions were just being asked. So let me just Google about 0 factorial, because I think people on the internet have a better explanation than I do. Mod sine c plus sine d equals I don't know what trinity that would be. Can you please make a brief playlist covering the basics to advanced of calculus? That sounds like a lot of work, MD. I was kind of doing this math help thing like one day at a time right now. Hey, Country Tyler. Thank you, thank you. There's one way to order zero objects. I think it's maybe the biggest thing for why zero factorial is one. All right, see ya, Anon. Oh, sorry, you were asking about the Laplace transform, weren't you? Shoot, let me at least link you to a site that will help. So if you want more about the Laplace transform, I just look at here. Like you plug your problem into this formula here. Okay. Yeah, I think the whole zero factorial was one thing that like the intuitive explanation is that there's one way to order zero objects, and that's I think the shortest way of saying that. Oh, thank you, Waffle, for getting back to the person in Discord about that combinatorics one. Hey, Satwick. Okay, so am I missing someone's question right now? Right now, I think there might be a small break. Oh, okay, that's true. I mean, I can show you your idea too, Jed. Which is that 3 factorial is equal to 4 factorial over 4. 2 factorial is equal to... Oops. Oh, wait. Is that even... Yeah, it is true. Over 3. 1 factorial is equal to 2 factorial over 2. And if we continue this pattern one more time, 2 factorial will be equal to 1 factorial over 1. It's a neat little thing. Pranav, does your proof make any sense? Oh yeah, so it's actually I think what I just wrote on the screen too. I don't know if I call it a proof, but it is like a nice little, I mean, it might be a proof. I don't know. I get the idea though. What you're doing there makes sense to me. You know what, MD, since you were asking about like something about the basis of calculus to the advanced, let me actually give you Paul's online notes too, because I really love this site for everything calculus. So that's who did I just say? MD? That link is towards you, MD. If you do want like have everything about calculus from basic to advanced, I would start with this site personally. Yeah, you have to have that as your definition, I guess. Should let me drink some water too. Okay. How many people are here on YouTube right now? 18? Jeez. For whatever reason, YouTube just likes my stream today. I think it's people who are here on YouTube. -1 equals... Yeah, so that's an issue, Zach, right? I guess it's only defined for natural numbers. You'll start trending. Yeah, at this rate, I'm going to be at like 1,000 viewers after another 2 hours. You know, we had some exponential growth. Let's look at Thunder's question, 'cause I do think we have a break here. Oh, yes. Oh! They, I think they're messing with you. Are they, like... They're just being annoying in how they're representing this, Thunder. Rajneesh, you can type it out there in chat, or you can put it in my Discord. So if you struggle with trig, it's tricky. I struggle with it too. I see a couple requests to talk about or answer JE questions. I don't enjoy JE questions. I'm sorry. Let me just rewrite this in bigger. So what I do here is look at the integral with like the widest range for the bounds, which is this one here. And it's really, we're breaking up this integral into two pieces. And these are the two pieces here. They're just being weird in how they're actually like representing the two pieces. So I'm going to start with this big one, and I'll arrive at the equation that they have here. So if we have the integral from 2 to 4 of f of x dx, we can split this up into an integral from 2 to 3 f of x dx. I think it's the right way around, and I'll show you why. From 3 to 4 f of x dx. So what they do here is we can subtract this thing over to the left side. Minus 3 to 4 f of x dx is equal to 2 to 3 f of x dx. And then they got rid of this minus sign by flipping the bounds. That's the tricky part. Because remember, if you flip the bounds of an integral, all you're doing is putting a negative in front. All right, see you, Ninja. Do you like old math books? They can be cool, yeah. The first line, yeah. Warwinds. Chemistry? No, I don't know chemistry. I'm sorry. Student, yeah, I consider Twitch as my primary streaming platform. Although today the YouTube's actually has more people hanging out. Also, sorry, these two lines are unrelated. All I did up here was copying the problem down, and then down here in a different context, I just considered this integral here and I broke it up. Shiny, thank you for the follow. Oh, true. Yeah. So look, if you do know Twitch, Actual Education knows chemistry, and you could try him. You like old math books for the smell? True. Old books do smell great. You know physics? Barely, not really. I'm studying it, but I don't actually know it. Oh, the vibe tree? A to the B times B to the A plus A to the B plus B to the A equals 5329? I don't know. Why does the sun come out during the day and not at night when we actually eat? That's true, Mike. You get it? Okay. Yeah, they're just being annoying in how they're... All they've actually done is they've broken up an integral into two separate ones with the bounds, and then everything after that is just being annoying with how they're rearranging it after that. Do you solve complex differential equations? I've solved them with complex variables before. I'd have to remember how that works. Yeah, vibe tree. I'm sorry. I don't know how you do that problem. Mock theta function? You can type your question once. I don't know what mock theta function is. You find math interesting? Yeah. I don't find every type of math interesting, but I find a lot of things in math interesting. Can you solve relations and functions? I can tell you about the difference between relations and functions. Statistics? There's actually parts of statistics that I do like. Why not? Why not to what, Ninja? Can I actually get a dub on a Minesweeper like in 2 hours after Jet actually redeemed it? If I don't get it soon, I'll just refund it. Dang it, dude, I keep... This is my issue with Minesweeper. I refuse to slow down, and I always hit the wrong thing. It's bad, but I don't want to change my ways. Now I'm just stuck. I just have to guess. No matter what I do, I just have to guess one of these squares. We can do that one. Nope. So Minesweeper is a crappy game. Doom. This one feels good so far. Oh, okay, that section's good. Fuck! I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure you had to guess. I don't know. I'm not slowing down. Can you teach me a trick to find range? Unknown user asks. There isn't a good trick. How quick can you solve a Minesweeper? That's a good question. Recommend three blue, 1 brown. Oh yeah, his channel's great. I don't know how fast I can solve an offhand. Yeah, pretty. That seems like a pretty crazy problem. I mean, I don't think I've done it on stream before. To be fair, I just I played on my phone like way too much. I have? Oh, okay. I don't remember when I did. I played on my phone way too much, and it's a little bit easier when I use my thumbs to not hit the right thing. It's been too long, yeah. 0 second on the Google Easy Minesweeper just tapped and won? Wow, Pranav. You're cracked. Okay. I'm sorry, so unknown user, you're asking about a trick to find the range of a function? I'm sorry that I'm getting distracted and doing other things, but there isn't really a trick. All you can really do is just kind of be familiar with functions and do your best to analyze them. So if we have y equals x squared, like we should just know that this is a parabola. Ideally, we know this. I can show a way to try and figure it out if you don't know this, but we know parabola is shaped something vaguely like this. And so remember, the range is everywhere we can get to in the y direction. So we can definitely get anywhere in the positive y's up here, but we can never get in the negatives down here. So, and a way you can think of this is like you're trying to plug things in for x that'll get you various values of y. So we could plug in 0 for x and get 0. We can plug in 1 for x and get 1. We can plug in 2 and get 4. We can plug in -2 and get +4 still. So negative numbers don't help us get like to a negative number down here. We can get to 0 though. So I say that the range of this thing in particular is 0 to infinity, and this notation varies by your country. So it might not look the exact same to you, but basically you want 0 inclusive is less than y is less than infinity. Or really it's just that last section is weird. You could also just say that y is greater than or equal to 0, and that's a perfectly valid answer. Yeah, so like another notation you might see that's equivalent. Actually, ooh, is that equivalent? Zach, I think that type of notation would be more like this. I think they don't use the parentheses. Yeah. But it varies by country. So this notation, I am a little bit afraid to use it on stream sometimes because I don't know what country people are from or what the country uses. So but if you don't know what the graph of this thing looks like, I will just start making a table like this and trying to piece together what the function should look like. So if we have y equals like, I don't know if the log is a good idea. We can try it with like log base 10. That's probably not a good idea. If we plug in 1, we can get 0. If we plug in 0.1, we can get -1. We plug in, I'm plugging things that are relatively easy to do with log base 10. We can get 1. And so what we're doing here is we can kind of actually graph these points. So we have a point, say here, a point here, oh god. You know what? The strongest not to scale. 0.1, 1, 10. And like you can kind of piece together what this graph should look like. And now that we actually can see what it looks like, we can kind of see that it's definitely going all the way down to negative infinity. And while it looks like it levels off, it actually is going to keep on growing all the way up. It's never going to completely flatten out. So log, we would say, is unbounded. It can go from -infinity to infinity. You get it now? Okay. Yeah, there isn't really a nice clean way to always just solve for it, unfortunately. So you have to do some kind of like a visualization like this is helpful. All right, I missed quite a few things in the YouTube, or not quite a few things. My tuition teacher gave me 2 problems and told me that if anyone can answer it tomorrow and gave it to him and be awarded, you can't find any solution progress that would work. Let ABC be a triangle with integer sides in which AB is less than AC. Let the tangent to the circle of triangle ABC at A intersect the line BC at D. Suppose oh god. Prove that GCD of AB and AC is more than 1. That sounds, I don't know how to do that. I mean, I'll probably over to the Twitch chat if someone wants to see it, but I just immediately feel like that's not something that I can do. Sadwick asks, any trick for a percent question in linear inequalities? I'm not sure what that means. A percent question in linear inequalities. So I've heard of like questions involving percents, and I've heard of linear inequalities, but I haven't heard of those two things put together. Can you give me an example of a question? Thunder, what did you send me? Oh gosh. Let's see what this is. Got a little circuit here. A battery and two resistors X and Y are connected in series. The power is transferred by the battery is 6 watts. The resistance of X is 10 ohms. The voltage across Y is 4 volts. What is the current? Well, the current has to be the same everywhere in the circuit because it's just one loop and everything is in series. So P is IV squared. Remember right? Actually, Purcell? No? I squared R? There's a couple of different forms of it. P I squared R. Oh. I swear there were a couple of different versions of the formula. I squared R is definitely also right. Or VI. Those are probably the two forms that I was thinking of. Do you stream every day? No, I don't. Like percentage of acid that is given. I'm still not sure what that means, Satwick. I'm sorry. Hey, Sumya. So, there's probably going to be a system of equations. So, we want the current. The voltage drop across both of these is going to be P over V. Or sorry, no. P over I. Solving math Olympiad problems? No, I'm terrible. Please don't ask me them because I have no clue how to even start with them. If you want, there's a Discord server for the math Olympiad. That is the best that I can do for you though, because math Olympiad questions are crazy. I'm trying to find the link to it. You can try the people in that Discord there. Maybe, okay, this isn't the most helpful thing. Let's look at each of the others. Hey, Fembox. V sub X is equal to 10 times I. 4 is equal to R sub Y times I. And we know that V sub X plus 4 is equal to the voltage drop, which is P over I. Am I cooking? And V sub X is 10 times I. And P is 4 or 6 over I. And now we get a quadratic that we can solve. Let's see. Whoa, that I is up to something. See a question of boric acid and linear inequalities. I'm not able to write the question because of the word limit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like that there's some sort of context there with like the concentration of acid. And I feel like I could try and figure it out, but I don't really know what it is offhand. I don't want to talk about something that isn't relevant to Satwick. Can I factor this thing by looking at it? We definitely have a 5i, and we definitely have an I. The other two numbers has to be a 3 and a 1. I think that the 3 has to go here and the 1 has to go here, because otherwise we'd have 5 times 3 is 15. And then the 3 should be positive because we have plus 2i, so that 1 has to be negative to give us negative 3. So I is 1 or negative 3/5. Is that... Oh no, penalty center reversed our negatives? Did I not do it right? I did it wrong. No? I did it wrong. Yes? Yes, I did it wrong. Yeah, I did it wrong. Because it's positive 5i times 1 times negative 3 times I, or plus. Okay. You're a bit lost? Okay. That's fair, because I'm doing a terrible job of explaining this because I didn't know if I was doing it right, so I was trying to see if I could figure it out. Is 0, 5 an answer? It is. Okay. So you said you agreed with me. I do get B. Okay, good. Thunder, I think when I said that you agree with me, I think I was at this point up here in the problem. Like, is that right? Like, are you okay with this work up here? Oh, thank you, Satwick, for putting the question there. I'll take a look at it right after this one. The last line of the red part? Okay. Yes. So, I did not do a good job of explaining that piece. So this is, the voltage drop across X resistor the voltage drop across resistor Y why do I keep spelling it wrong? And that thing on the right is voltage drop across the battery. So these things should be equal. Because we take the two resistors, add them because they're in series, and they should take away all the voltage from the battery. So I guess the key is bringing all the information they give us into volts and setting up this equation. The second line, like here? Or like, I'll circle in red there. Nah? This second line? Third? Okay, this one. This is V sub Y equals 4 from the given information. And then V equals IR. So the resistance of Y times the current I. Anand, the answer is B, I think. With me so far? Okay. So we take all the voltages, add them up, and set it equal to the voltage of the battery. The answer is B. Okay, yeah. And the voltage of the battery is P over I, because we want the current. So we want an equation just with I's inside it. So we set this equation from the voltage, and then we know that V sub X is equal to 10 times the current, because 10 is the resistance. You see it all now? Okay, cool. You'd be confused why D couldn't work because you don't know how to keep track of the signs in these problems. Ooh, Femox brings up a good point. So I rejected this negative one because it had a negative sign. KL, I probably can't solve that, and I also don't have super chat unlocked on this channel, so that looks like a competition problem that I don't know how to do competition problems. So Satwick, you're next after this. I'm working on this question first, and then you're next. You can if you want, Anand. Pratap, you want to integrate 2 times e to the x cubed? I don't know how you do that. I think the bigger end is the positive end, if I remember right. And the current should be flowing in this direction. And that's helpful for a reason, maybe? I think that means that... I don't know. I think that just means that we set up the signs correctly. In that -1 is invalid, because since we are going with the flow around this loop, we can't have a negative answer. We expect a positive current. I think that's why you can throw out 1 amp. If we went the other way around the loop, I think something we have to get negated, I think. Like you would negate like the battery's voltage or something. It is possible to get negative current though. You just have to be really aware of how you're setting up the equation, and I think we set it up so that we should get a positive current. You could just as validly follow the loop the other way around and expect a negative answer too. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Yeah, Fembox, I think that's the thing. If you since we're following the current like properly, like from positive to negative, the voltage of the battery is positive. If we followed it from negative to positive, the voltage of the battery is negative. Scrimp. Okay, that's what I get to. We're just trying to explain why we can throw out the negative answer from this quadratic that we get, and I think that's why. So if we did follow this the other way around, we would take the -1, and it should be -3/5, and we can turn it positive. Okay. Okay, so KL, I know the Discord server can send messages, as long as you're not like breaking the rules or anything like that. Okay. So yeah, Anand, I think the answer that we should get is 3/5, and that's what the correct answer just is. Or apparently, like that's what the answer key says, and I think we got it. But you did post a limit question, right? If that is you. So someone posted a limit question. But Satwick, actually, I need to get to Satwick's question. So I can look at yours after. Now this looks like chemistry, so I'm not that confident here, but let's see if we can do it. Do you do sequences in series, unknown user? Generally, yeah. Depends on the exact thing that you're going to ask about. And I looked at it, but the answer key says 3/5, and we managed to get 3/5. So if you're getting 1, I think there is an error. Oh no. I don't know how you do these. I would go to actual education if you don't mind going over to Twitch, because the... Oh wait. And Lux, if you can guide me through it... These questions, I always get confused on these. I'm going to refund Jet's points for the Minesweeper, because it's just been too long. Amount equals volume times concentration. You only ever need to do unit analysis with these. Put these into a table to make it easier. I don't know what table we would want here. You're starting on part A, Scrimp? Okay. And on I saw that, but I don't think it's right. Yeah, how much the 640 liters is actually acid? 640L. 8% times 640L. I'll just 8 cubed it. I don't know what that is off the top of my head though. Oh wait, I should be able to. 2 cubed? No, that's never mind. That's not power of 2. Well, it is. I'd have to take the 10 out. Let's just do let's use a calculator. Let's not get fancy. 51.2. L boric acid in the original. It's a fraction? I kind of want to keep it. I feel like for chemistry, they tend to just use decimals, though. The maximum amount of 2% boric acid says it's more to be more than 4% boric acid. So X is add X liters of 2% solution, which means that 0.02x plus, it's supposed to be solved using linear inequalities. Okay. M per tab, it's posted in the math homework help forum. And it's the first thread in the list. 2 over 100, wait, what? Plus 0.08 times, I'm trying to follow what Benbox is saying right now. Plus 640. What does this give us? The percent of boric acid? So we want this thing to be greater than 4% boric acid, because Sabak is asking to use linear inequalities here, and so I want to get an inequality in here. Find the maximum amount of 2% boric acid solution to be added. Okay, so I think we just solve for X here. So 0.02x plus 0.08 times, I shouldn't use, times 640. If I multiply x plus 640 to each side, probably Jed, but I don't want to do any fancy algebra for a chemistry question. This way it seems a little bit more intuitive to me, at least. 0.08 times 640, we already said it's 51.2. I just want to keep things a little more like direct. 0.04 times 640 should be half this number. So 25.6? Let's not. 0.04 times 640. Oh, genius, 25.6. We can subtract the 0.02x over to the right side. Subtract the 25.6 to the left. Yes, you're being asked this in a math class, Satwick? I never did this in a math class. That's annoying. 25.6 divided by 0.002. Oh wait, no, 0.02. Wolfram says 1280. 1280 is greater than x. Is it? The resulting mixture should be more than 4%. This is more than 4%. And so the maximum amount that we can add is 1280 liters. 1280, that seems like a lot, but you probably need a lot. So about exactly double, actually. Huh. Okay, so unknown user with that, where's the polynomial geometric progression thing? I don't think I can answer that. Sawick, this question came here saying you didn't know the answer. I hope this helped. Let me know if you have a question on how we set this up. I wasn't doing a good job explaining because I didn't know what I was doing for most of this. Basically on the left, we're actually, before I even do this, I'm naming X as the as a number of liters of 2% solution we're adding in. And on the top of this fraction is, after we add X liters, how much total boric acid is in there. So we do 2% times the volume X plus 8% times the original volume 640. And we divide it by the new volume X plus 640. And we just set it to be greater than 4%. It's okay, you can carry on? Okay. It's your call, Satwick. Ashwin, good luck with your math exam. Smitry, SM Ready? I don't know. How to prove a sequence is Cauchy? I mean, it'd be cheating to say just prove it's convergent and that every convergent sequence is Cauchy. I don't know how you actually do that proof. I'm going to be honest. I can't remember off the top of my head how you do it. Oh, okay, Jed. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that setup might work better for some people. Let's look at Thunder's question. Professor doesn't want us to use convergence proof. Yeah, so I thought was... Let's do a little Google. Prove a sequence is a Cauchy sequence. I just want to, like, what's an example of how this even looks? I guess you need an epsilon n thing going on. Given any epsilon greater than 0, you would like to find an n such that for any n, comma, n greater than n, 1 over n minus 1 over m is less than epsilon. Certainly the case if 1 over n, 1 over m is less than epsilon over 2. Because of the triangle inequality. I think these examples seem pretty helpful for like getting started with proving something as Cauchy. I'm pretty terrible with this stuff, to be honest, though. Atharv, I don't think I know how to do that problem. Can you prove the trigonometric formula cosine x plus y equals cosine x, cosine y minus sin x sine y using a circle? Yeah, SM, I wish I could help you out more, but I've only kind of just barely learned about Cauchy sequences and working with the definition, so I'm not too good at it myself, but these two examples seem kind of helpful in trying to grasp it. proof of cosine sum formula. I never tried to prove this before. Oh god. This is more algebra and geometry than I'm really willing to do. I'll link you to this. But I don't really feel like going through this right now, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Anand is. Can we just post the question once in the future? You don't need to post it a million times, but you can do that one. Okay, yeah, I just like if I have the proof like right there in front of me, I don't want to like try and go back and reconstruct it right now. It's not while it's like this bit busy. All right, so we'll look at this one from this limit here from Anand, and hey, unknown. And then Thunder sent me a question too that I want to look at. So I would use L'Hopital's here because we have infinity over infinity. So the numerator goes to 6x, the denominator goes to 2 to the 2x times ln2 times 2. And we get infinity over infinity again, so I'm going to use L'Hopital's again. And do 6 over 2 to the 2x, and we're going to get another ln2, so I'll say ln2 in parentheses squared, times 4. And now this, we have a constant over infinity, so we just get 0. You teach that bit of trig every semester? Oh, okay. That's how you do that limit there, Anand? Actually, I'm going to delete one of your posts just to keep things a bit cleaner. We don't need the same problem many times. Okay, let's look at Thunder's question now. No worries, Anand. Give up if you don't know, it's totally fine. Okay. Same as the last one. Yeah, Zach. You're right. We could have also done a comparison. A diver at the bottom of a lake of depth D fills a syringe with an ideal gas and seals the nozzle. Oh no. The piston remains free to move. A diver at the bottom of a lake of depth D fills a syringe with an ideal gas and seals the nozzle. The piston remains free to move. The volume of the gas in the syringe at the bottom of the lake is 90 cubic centimeters. Oh no, this is already getting ridiculous. As the diver returns to the surface, the temperature of the gas does not change. At the surface of the lake, The gas in the syringe is at atmospheric pressure, and the volume of the gas is 720 cubic centimeters. What is the volume of the gas of the syringe at a depth d over 2? So hopefully this is linear, and we could just do 720 minus 90 over 2. Considering that it might not be linear though. Finbox is saying PV equals nRT. The answer is A. So that's definitely not 720 minus 90 over 2. How do we use PV equals nRT? Yeah, we are given that's an ideal gas in the first sentence. So absolutely zero clue how to begin this. I forget what R is, but I think the entire right side is just a constant, and we don't have to worry about it. But it should, we kind of need its value though, don't we? Or maybe we don't. Like we could just say, call everything on the right side K, I think, and figure out what K is from the values we're given. PV is proportional to T, don't worry about the actual values. Yeah, and then even then we're given that the temperature does not change. So... at the surface of the lake, when the pressure... would we take 1 for the pressure to use that surface? 1 times 720 equals K? Does PV equal 720? What's the pressure at the bottom of a lake? Well, we don't need to know, because we know the volume. Wait. Okay, so then, well, no. We're never plugging in the distance. Shivam, this is so simple, why are you struggling? Feel free to wow me with your genius, Shivam. If it was linear with depth, Fembox, we could do 720 minus 90 over 2. Maybe I'll tab my game. I don't know how we actually use the D here. P1 V1 equals nRT. Oh. P1 V1 equals P2 V2. I still don't know. I guess we can work out, once we know the pressure, we can work out the depth somehow. Ugh. So if P2 is 8, what the hell do we do with that? Water, there's probably a formula for water pressure, right? Formula for pressure, for water pressure? Water depth pressure. P equals H rho G. What is rho? Probably just a constant. The density. Ugh. Wait, I don't need P2 though. I need, or I don't need the depth at D. I need the depth at D over 2. Oh wait, well, I don't know what I'm trying to do. P2 is D. So we can figure out what D actually is, I guess. Is that the point of doing this? 10 to the 5th? Kg, not newtons. D's in meters. So we can figure out what D is, and then that seems like a really small number though, isn't it? Like 10 to the 5th is a little big. Oh, it's 10 cubed, by the way, the density of water. It's still a little big though. Yes, you can measure pressure in atmospheres, and that unit is ATM. $720 equals 8 times 90. Does Fenvox's explanation make sense to you? Because I'm completely willing to just take that and run. Okay. Hash just had that exam today. Oh, nice. Dua says, I'm struggling with an A-level maths question. Please help. Feel free to post it, Dua. Yeah, like 1 atmosphere is literally the pressure of the atmosphere at sea level. So right at the top of the lake, we can assume. I guess we just get to assume that's sea level. 101 kilopascals. I'm being told the answer is A, Anon, not B. Want to go diving and test this out? Yeah, let me grab my ideal gas and syringe and somehow manage to fill the syringe with gas despite being surrounded with water. It's like what messes with my brain when it comes to that question is like, yeah, so you have to keep the temperature constant. And then if you want to fill a syringe with gas, wouldn't you need to contain it in a canister? But if it's contained in a canister, is this really at pressure? Or is the canister taking the entire pressure? All right. Well, let me drink some water. It's stuck in the diver's foot. I think if there's a question that I can do from chat, then I'm gonna do a study question or something, I guess. Hey, Dipion. Well, I won't just like it what's your first question, I guess? Are they competition questions? So I'm not going to do those. Okay, Abilis, I like doing homework help questions. If you're just going to ask me questions for fun, please don't do that. And I especially don't want to do competition questions. I prefer to explain things that I'm already like decent at explaining, not breaking my head at a competition problem that I have no idea how to do in the first place. Ishmael, a question for your life? You know, have at it. I'll try to answer a life question. In the background here, we need to do this little partial fractions one from Zach. Come to India, you have lots of fun. If I'm doing math there, I do not want to do their JEE questions. Those are just kind of crazy. Oh gosh, what's happening there? Okay, before I look at this thing. ADN says, show that this differential equation is homogeneous and find the particular solution for f of 1 equals pi over 4. This isn't exact, is it? There's no way. It's definitely not separable. But do you do that with respect to y? I can never keep that straight with exact equations. I mean, Paul? It isn't? Yeah. You do the one that isn't there. So with the x, you do the partial for y, and for y, you do the partial for x. Okay. I'll show it when I actually start to work on a sheet bomb. Yeah, if it's not exact and it's not separable, I don't know how you do a differential equation like this. There's maybe a substitution. I don't know what substitution is either. Pulling an all-nighter for an economics exam. You want to study abroad in the UK and do an ACCA. I don't know. Is that worth it? I don't know what an ACCA is. I'm not that familiar with economics. Oh, Fembox. Interesting. I'll look at that question after this one. I don't want to forget about you. Okay, so Fembox is saying to divide this thing through by x. Which must, oops. And I'm also saying, you know, don't make a stupid mistake like I just did. And so that x goes away. And so we could say that, 15 subs in 2 hours. Oh, nice. So we can do, how do we phrase this though? Do we divide through by dx and I guess subtract this over? So we could say that dy dx is equal to y over x minus sine squared. Y over x. Dipion, with that PQR question, I probably can't do that one. Being counting UK is worth it or not, like, for us for not doing it in life, thought I should ask someone. Yeah, I have no experience with that, Ishmael. I'm sorry. It's probably like an accountant is a good career where they're always needed everywhere. It's almost an exciting job, but it could enable you to like do something. It's a type of job you can have a good like work-life balance, but potentially. I can't talk. Like we do v equals y over x. I don't know what this becomes, I guess. Could we just say that v prime is equal to v minus sine squared v? Oh, that's a terrible... Yeah, this isn't quite right. I don't think this... That stuff there... I don't like that, yeah. Do we have to like literally figure out dy dx is by doing something stupid like this? That looks more promising? Okay. So I guess v is just a function of x because y is a function of x. So dy by dx is y over x minus sine squared y over x. dv by dx we can call v prime. X is just x, v is just v, and then y over x is v. Oops. Ah. This is separable. Aha. Okay. So we're going to get 1 over x is equal to minus 1 over sine squared. I kind of prefer keeping this dv dx rather than v prime, but I feel like I committed to that, so I should keep with it. Okay. So we get ln x plus c is equal to cotangent? Actually, positive cotangent, probably. Trig derivatives. Cotangent, positive. Because we have a negative in front already. Wow, what a stupid looking answer we're gonna get. So arc cotangent ln x plus c equals v. And if v equals y over x, then we can multiply the x over here. I guess that's the answer. Dan. Yeah, I'm off the whiteboard. I guess indefinitely, which could mean a day or it could mean forever. It's just become a little bit too much of a pain to set up every stream. All right, I think the person who asked that question was ADN. I hope this made sense. Let me know if you have a question about it. I think this is the answer. It's not the prettiest thing. And then, Dua, we're going to get to your question after this. Hope you're doing well, Dan. It's good to see you. Oh, do arc cotangent and arctan have that relationship? Oh, that sounds familiar. Okay, I don't see anything from ADN, so I'm going to move on to Dua's question. Thank you for hanging on there, Dua. Oh, I didn't use the initial condition. That's an exercise left for ADN. That one is just that if we have time up there. Voice accent is very soothing. Oh, well, thank you, Anand. Pretty or Pretty Lotta. I'm sorry I'm pronouncing it wrong. I feel like I've told you no at least a million times. Continually spamming the question isn't going to help. Stop. Sorry, I'm saying stop to myself right now. Doing well. I had a video game to run by me. Ooh, really? That's the only question that I have like queued up right now. If you want, you can like drop the name and I'll look into it after. Or if you're still around by the time I'm done with it, I'll take a minute. Switching arc cotangent to arctan. Oh, okay, that's neat. All right, so we have f of x equals x squared minus 2x minus 3 for x is a subset of real numbers. The domain is minus a smaller than and equal to x, which is smaller than and equal to... Oh. So the domain is like that. It's like symmetric. If the range of the function f is minus 4 smaller than or equal to f of x, which is smaller than or equal to 5, minus 4 is less than or equal to f of x is less than or equal to 5. Find the value of a. Okay. So x squared minus 2x minus 3, it's a parabola, something vaguely like this, I think. It's facing up and it goes and it dips into the negatives a bit. A mixed randomizer called an archipelago. To randomize your favorite games items in someone else's games and vice versa. Interesting. The range of the function f is minus 4 smaller than or equal to f of x, which is... So I think we want to find... So the range is... I'm just kind of guessing. I don't know. It's something like that. We need to find what values of x. It might not be exactly like that. So we definitely have a bar here at y equals 5. Excuse me, y equals 5. What I'm debating, we also have a bar at -4. but I don't know where in the curve it should intersect. It should be like down below here, I think. And not intersect, or maybe it intersects exactly once. What we can do here is, we can solve, or we can figure out that piece of the puzzle by setting -4 equal to the original function we're given and solving for that. So I just want to figure out where that bar goes. This might not be completely necessary to do. Add 4 to each side and we get this. 0 equals x minus 1 squared. Ah, sneaky. So we only get one solution here, which means that the other bar is right at the bottom of this parabola. So really the question becomes, what x values give us the 5 here and the 5 here? So we can do, we just take 5 and we set it equal to this thing here, just like we did that with -4. So 5 equals x squared minus 2x minus 3. Reason your question either right there in YouTube chat or in my Discord, Arthur. So subtract the 5 over, we get x squared minus 2x minus 8. Oh, that's a weird 8. 0 equals, we can factor this, we would get an x minus 4 times x plus 2. So, oh, that's not good. X equals -2 and 4? Is this question possible? X squared minus 2x minus 3. And y equals 5. Y equals -4. So there's no... The format of the question given makes me think there isn't an answer. I did it right. But the thing is, there's no... What I want to write is that, based off the work we did here, -2 is less than x is less than 4. But the issue is that doesn't fit the format they gave us, where these have to be the same number. And I'm trying to figure out... Oh, wait, there's still a way. No. This is possible. Sorry. So, it's really tricky. So yeah, it should be 2. So, and I'm trying to figure out how to explain why. Yeah, so I hope you're with me so far for how I got it's between -2 and 4. That's when these 2 points that I circled up here happen. Now the issue is we have to give an A value that fits this original format. You understand so far? Okay, perfect. So this will be easier to show in the Desmos graph rather than me trying to... Well, no, it won't. We can either say Our only real options for A is that either A equals 2 or A equals 4. It has to be one of these two endpoints here. So if A equals 2, we'd have minus 2 is less than x is less than 2. And that's the answer. So let me go to why A equals 4 does not work. A equals 4 does not work because if we redraw this parabola here, this interval is going to give us all the wrong values. It's going to be like way out here. And oh god, maybe this is easier to show in Desmos. Let me actually do that. So I want to have the actual scale here. If negative 4 is less than x is less than 4. So if we let A be 4, you can see the left side of this parabola is going way too far up. It's going above that blue line at y equals 5. Like it's not fitting the range that we're given. So if we take the smaller interval with 2, this now has the proper range where it goes as high as 5 and as low as negative 4, and it's not exceeding that range. And so you're then asking, why can't A equal 1? That's because it's not going to have... Oh, no. Okay, good. No. Because that means it's not going to go... Like, it's not going to fulfill the range requirement. The range has to be from minus 4 to positive 5. It's coming up short here. If we let A be 1. As it turns out, 2 is just the perfect amount. Like, sure, it cuts off early on the right, but we don't actually care about that. So we have reached 5 at some point, and we have reached negative 4 at another point. You're stuck on this for weeks? Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad to have helped you. It's Jet and Art Short. Good luck with your math exam. Okay, so earlier, who put that question in there? Oh, it was Arthur? But you took it back? Okay, well, if you're going to take your question back, I'm not going to... Unless you posted it there? No? Okay, that's a different question. Okay, well, if you want to post your question, Arthur, I'll look at it. If you're going to retract everything you say, though, then I don't know what you want me to do. Oh god. Okay, so I see in my Discord Nitrox posted this differential equation. Let's pull it up. Okay. Y equals y of x be the solution to the differential equation 1 minus x squared dy equals xy plus x cubed plus 2 times root 1 minus x squared dx, where negative 1 is less than x less than 1. And y of... Oh my god. What? your Nitrox meat Bodhi? Okay. I don't know. Do they actually expect you to solve this differential equation and plug it in? There must be a trick. Your dad sent you this? Yeah, something like that, Scrim, but there's the y of x in there that makes it a lot harder. Like, I'm wondering if you need a fundamental theorem of calculus thing. It's almost exact. Oh, you're right, Zach. Negative 2x and just x. Now, I feel like there's something stupid you have to do with... Well, actually, no, that's not even true either. I was gonna say that you maybe have to make... this function here and find the derivative, and that'll somehow help you solve this differential equation, but I don't know if that's even true. It's really easy question. Feel free to bestow some of your genius on the rest of us plebs. So Habe. So I don't think even this idea is going to help. I bet there's something like that. Oh, shoot, okay, Aspirin, I remember you posting your question in the YouTube chat earlier, but then the YouTube chat was just moving a bit too quick for me to keep up with that. There's also, oh God, that's a meaty question. Oh, it's a JE advanced question. I probably can't do it. I'll keep the original question up too. I just wanted to look at multiple things at once. Well, no, you can't just integrate it. It's not separable. Zach might have an idea for the one on top. I'm looking at the one on the bottom right now, but I'm keeping them both up in case someone wants to. So I probably know how to do either of these questions, so let's not know how to do them both at once. Math with no numbers. It's first order. Oh, it's first order and it's linear. Oh my, you're right, Zach. Yeah. This question has multiple parts, and none of them are that fun. Let's see if we can figure it out, though. X cubed plus 2. 1 minus x squared. Like, do we want it rationalized? I don't know. We can just leave that how it's given. I was going to cancel it, but that might not actually even be helpful. Okay. Arthur, if you're gonna call every question easy, you should actually solve a question sometimes. Okay? You're not really being helpful. God damn. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I don't know like how you do these theoretically. I just know how to plug into the formulas. It's e to the integral, I think, of the middle function. I'm finding Paul right now. Paul, where are you? Yep. Okay. E to the power of the middle function. Can you help me with my discrete? Ooh, I'm really bad at discrete math, Uma. You can try posting it anyway, but like saying for this integral we get minus 2 ln 1 minus x squared. We'd have a minus in front, so I think it's going to cancel. I just need to see this right now. No, let me go with plus c. Sick SYK, whatever. I can put it there in chat or in Discord. Thank you, Dan. Oh yeah, root 1 minus x squared. Okay, so that means y is 1 over the integrating factor. Where does constant of integration go? Oh, that's a really nice cancellation. Oh my god. That cleans up nice. You don't want to explicitly solve it? Just multiply the left-hand side by mu, and that's the answer. The right-hand side. Quantum mechanics right there in YouTube chat or in my Discord. Oh, well, what about the bounds though, Zach? Maybe I should just shut up and listen to you. Like, would we take this original equation? Or not, like, I guess this equation. I guess why do we only multiply one side by it in the side of which equation, I guess? Don't shut up and listen to you? Okay. Which one of the answer? I'm not sure, Rushio. Gonna lurk? Alright. I'm just gonna do it my pleb way. There's probably a faster way to do it than this. I still don't know about the concept of integration. Oh, wait, it's a multiple. It goes in front here, I think? Yeah, that feels right. The answer is 320? Okay. It's good to know. One-fourth x to the fourth plus 2x plus some other constant. Let's do d. It gets added? The integrating factor always gets me with these questions. So until to go to bed? All right, go to bed, Lucas. And SYKR. Oh yeah, I should be able to do that one. You'll be on deck for after this question. I don't think I'm doing the constants right. I should only end up with one constant. I'm ending up with multiple. But I take the C back out and just... Oh, I think I do. Let's make this RC. And I think that's better. Okay, so we get x to the fourth over 4 root 1 minus x squared plus 2x over root 1 minus x squared plus c over root 1 minus x squared. Y of 0 is 0. 0 plus 0 plus c over root 1. So yeah, c is 0. So then y is x to the fourth over 4 root 1 minus x squared plus 2x over root 1 minus x squared. Math has gone to a whole new level since the New Year's school started. Oh, this is a pretty crazy problem. What are your math about? Oh, cool. Hopefully not doing a problem quite this hard. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this if you know some trick. But now we can solve for the actual thing that they're asking. Learning the basics? Yeah. I mean, I never had to do a question this hard in my differential equations class. This one, they do engineer it so it cleans up nicely. This is a mishmash of like a normal calc like 2 problem and a differential equations problem. It isn't cleanly separated into just one of those classes, I think. Oop, over 4. Yeah, you could, Dan. Well, ooh, it might not be symmetric about 0 though. It might be. I don't know. Do we know that it's even? Actually, no, it's not even. If you plug in negative x, you don't get the same function back out. It nearly looks even, though. Bunch of fraction math. I'm getting 320 equals k. So then k inverse is 320. Wow. Hey, Kuzaima? 2 plus 2, 4. Thank you for asking a question that no, doesn't take me like half an hour to do. All right. That's kind of a neat problem. All right, so SYKR, I think, is the next person who asked a question. I hope I'm not forgetting someone. Which one is the answer? Okay, nice. This one up top I'm keeping just for fun if there's a break, but I'm not going to look at it yet. Okay, so we got a big problem, guys. Ugh. Paint is so terrible. I can't, like, if I hold shift, it doesn't, like, maintain the ratio. So it gets all squished. You got an A for your Calc 1, but not taking Calc 2 next semester because you'll be taking discrete. Ooh, okay. One more thing, I do think I have the capability to get through the year, but I just haven't studied the previous year's knowledge to certain formulas or themes in general to be able to make connections. Which is stuff we do know to solve the question in the textbook. Yeah, Lucas, that's a pretty common issue. I would definitely... the good news is that it'll... Or, I guess, it's not gonna sound like I can use it first, but it'll be a struggle at first, but it will get easier, I promise you. And if there's a background thing that you're struggling with in particular, please, like, ask me or one of the other, like, math streamers out there. Just today, it's fucking easy. Wow, Arthur, I didn't realize you're such a genius. Like, have you solved the Riemann hypothesis? That should be easy for you too. Ayush, can you help me clear JE Advanced Maths? No, I'm sorry, I'm terrible at JE. Do I do live daily? No, I don't. A plus B times A plus B, and same one with A minus B. Honestly, that's kind of related to this binomial question. Before I get on to SYK's exact question, but like if you're just asking about how to do A plus B times A plus B, it's a good question. Like, you shouldn't have to be embarrassed about it. I think I was taught like FOIL as an acronym to do this, but I always I look at the one on the left, I take the first thing that's like the first thing on the left side, so this A, I multiply it by the first one, so A times A. I take it and I multiply it by the second one with addition, so A times B. Now we go back to the left and we go to the second thing, the B, and we do the same exact thing, bring it to the other two. So we do B times A with a plus in between, and then B times B. So now let's clean this up. So A times A is A squared. I'm just gonna write this as AB. This is a little bit showing up like extra work. B times A, I'm gonna write it as AB just so it matches these two in the middle. And then B times B is B squared. So we get a squared, ab and ab can add to be 2ab plus b squared. Yeah, it's distribution, but twice. Wait, obviously, okay, I'll wait to see what you say. The cricket zone, if x squared plus y squared equals 51xy, prove that log x minus y over 7 is equal to 1/2 log x plus y. I don't have to do that offhand, but I have a couple of questions that are waiting to be done before that cricket zone. I can try to take a look at that after, but it'll be a little bit because there's quite a few questions out there right now. A plus b squared. You're gonna say, oh, right. Yeah, these two things are completely the same thing. Anytime you have a squared anything, you can always write it as like the thing multiplied by itself. Okay, do you want to do with a minus b as well? Or do you feel like you have it a bit better? PEMDAS fit in there somewhere? Yeah, we have to do this weird way because of PEMDAS. To be honest, this is something I've more taken on faith than actually worked it out for myself why we have to do it. There's a different way that I could show it. Let's look at a minus b first, and then I'll get into why you do this. More thing, but I think I could show it like a different way for like why it comes out to be like this. But for a minus b, let's follow the same exact process. Take this a, multiply it by the first a, so a times a. Now let's do a plus, and we'll have an a, but we have to carry this negative sign along with the b. Like you could consider this the same thing as like a plus negative b times a plus negative b. So this is going to be a times negative b. Now we can do the same thing here with negative b times a. And then negative b times negative b. Move this over. No, you're good, Lucas. You should really know like why that's the answer. If you have that memorized, I'd highly recommend that you like learn why, because you're gonna need to do the same exact thing, but in different contexts. Then minus b times minus b becomes plus b squared. So Apparently knew it all along, me down the concept. Hey, that's fair. Okay, and so just one last note on this then. The reason, in response to Country Tyler's question why it's like this, we could also think of this as, you don't have to go to bed now? All right, thank you for the question, Lucas. So there's the distributive property, which is if you have a times b plus c, you distribute the a into the b into the c. So ab plus ac. But what if this a, what if that a was actually some other thing also? So like d plus e. You could do the exact same thing, just the entire like unit here. So if I take this entire a plus b unit and multiply it with the a, we would get a times a plus b. If I take the entire unit and multiply it with the b, we would get b times a plus b. And now we have two different distributions to do. A times a is a squared. A times b is ab. Plus, now we have the other distribution, ab plus b squared. That's like the long and unintuitive way for why it looks like this. And I think the trick that I was showing before is more of like a hack for this actual process here. Okay. So yeah, let's go to the actual binomial question. This is like a... y here, that's a... I don't know how to do that question without a numerical method. 6 divided by 2 times... I think... Okay, I'm just gonna answer this because it's a quick one. I think technically you do left to right, so you have division there, so you do 3 times 1 plus 2. Well, okay, you can even... Okay, no. Let me follow the PEMDAS more explicitly. Parentheses first. So 1 plus 2 is 3. Now we only have multiplication and division, so we go left to right. So 6 divided by 2 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9. But that's a common like trick question. People can get a different answer. Hey, After Ranger. That seems like a really hard problem. I'm working on this problem first, and then I can try and think a little bit more about it, but I'm not confident I can do that question. Okay, find the... So I'm sorry, SYK, I've made you wait for a long time, so I'm sorry for your... Or, thank you for your patience. No, I'm sorry for your patience. Okay, so we have 3x minus 4y to the 7th. So for the binomial expansion, it's binomial theorem. There we go. Somewhere that I want. It goes from k equals 0 to n. Oh, and n we're given here is 7. Of 7, choose k times x to the 7 minus k times y to the k. There's a slightly different version too, where these exponents are switched, but they come out to be the exact same thing. So it's not important which exponent goes where. Here they're asking specifically about x to the 5th times y squared. So this means that k equals 2. So we're going to take k equals 2 and plug it into this form up here, because we don't want the entire thing, we only want one term. So we're going to take just the inside bit of this summation and let k be 2. So 7 choose 2 times x to the 5th y squared. The only thing left to do here is to figure out what 7 choose 2 is, which is annoying. Yeah, so I was just showing the sigma to be complete, but you actually you do not want the sigma for the actual answer for the question. 7 choose 2 is 7 factorial over 2 factorial times 5 factorial. So if you do some factorial cancellation, you'll get 7 times 6 over 2, which is 7 times 3, which is 21. So I think the answer is 21. Well, the term xy. No, they want the coefficient. Plus, I'm going to verify that in Wolfram Alpha just to be sure. 3x minus 4y to the 7th. Oh yeah, Arthur. Okay. I made a mistake. I forgot a little bit in this summation formula. So we actually have a 3x and a minus 4y, and we have to include those. Those are important. So it's actually 3x minus 4y. And so I need to go and rewrite these. Three x to the fifth minus 4y squared. So this is still a piece of the puzzle, but we have a bit more work to do here. So we have 21 times 3 to the fifth x to the fifth times 16y squared. Oh, thank you, Kuzama. I'm sorry about your YouTube feed, but I appreciate you subbing. That's work for a calculator if I've ever seen it. 21 times 3 to the fifth times 16. Wow. 81,648. All right, so SYK, does that make sense? I'm sorry that I had a little like flub in there. Raghab, I'm from America. Oh, I'm sorry, Viramal. I saw your question, then I got distracted. You count on your fingers, country Tyler. Viramal, I don't know how to do that offhand. I might be able to figure it out though. Let me do one thing. X to the fifth y squared is a term we wanted. X to the fifth y squared. 81,648. Okay. Is that Teja or Teja? Sorry, when I see a J, I never know how to pronounce it. So yeah, since B is the same, I'm gonna move on to a different question. But it's the same procedure as I just showed here. So I do want to think about Teja's question, I'm gonna assume. Okay. So I think I can do this. I'm not completely sure. It's an analysis question. Anyways, it looks pretty analysis-y. Okay. How do you find a general solution for that differential equation? I can look at that after GERS. I think I know how to do that. AMRS question that came in class 12 final exam. Okay. Choose a function that's differentiable in 0, 1, where that either f is a linear function ax plus b, or there exists a t in 0, 1 such that the absolute value of f of 1 minus f of 0 is less than f of t. Raising paint, it's just the most convenient thing that I had around. It's a pretty terrible program, but for now I'm just kind of using it, because I do have a whiteboard that I actually will physically draw on too, but I just don't feel like using it. Don't slander paint. You're right, Dan, I'm sorry. Okay, so I kind of need to Discord whiteboard, and it's not the worst called Tiratar. it's either linear wait, so if f of x equals ax plus b, let's consider this scenario first. The absolute value of f of 1 minus f of 0 is equal to a plus b minus b equals the absolute value of a. And we know that is equal. Oh yeah, so let's just leave that there. We know that f prime. Oh wait, we're using t's, not x's. Wait, there's a mix. T's and x's are being mixed in here. I'm gonna use x for everything, but I do see there's a t there. And a t there. I'm just using x though, because that's easier for my small brain. We know that f prime x is just a. So the absolute value of, well, do we even need to do this part? Yeah, after injury, I'm trying to like, it might be easier to just cite Rolle's theorem. I was thinking like mean value theorem. I always get them mixed up, but I was thinking of what's actually happening with these first, I guess. I mean, I think we can say that. Okay, let me not get the name of the theorem wrong. Yeah. Oh no, it's not Rolle's. It is mean value theorem here. Or maybe Rolle's is also involved somehow. So I don't know if that thing I wrote up there is that helpful. In my Discord, Kuzaima. No, you're good, Aft. I appreciate people like getting in and helping. Actually, there is kind of a Rolle's theorem feel to this too, though. Yeah, like the geometric interpretation is either, so one is over here. Either we have a linear function and it's always in this linear case, what am I trying to say? F of 1 minus f of 0 is always equal to f prime. We're saying t. Oh yeah, okay, so that's why we use t as a different variable. For all t on 0, 1. If it's not linear, then maybe I shouldn't start from the origin. It must be like, you know, something like that. And so, this line here from one endpoint to the other has slope. equal to f of 1 minus f of 0 over 1, because, or over like 1 minus 0, but that's just f of 1 minus f of 0. And so all this is saying is that we can find, if it's not linear, we can find some point in this interval where there's a line with a shallower slope, like some like tangent line. So like somewhere up here, the tangent line is horizontal. There's a point like that. Which actually, that might just be rolls. Well, no, it's not necessarily rolls. It does not have to have a critical point. Because we have to... We could also have like a monotonically increasing function. We could do it in cases though, I guess. I don't know, there's probably a better way. But this is like geometrically what's happening. Like we can always find a tangent line with slope less than whatever this red line is. I'd say it's a tricky question, yeah. For me, at least. Someone who's better with analysis probably snap their fingers and they figure it out. Trying to get geometry proof language is the hardest part. Exactly, Territar. That's what I'm getting stuck on right now. I think we have to split this up into cases with whether f has a critical point or not. Wait. Oh, I'm doing this backwards. Sorry, there's always... Shoot. I was saying less than. The actual question, I had the inequality backwards. Because it's just not true the way that I was thinking about it as well. We can always find a tangent with slope greater than this red line. So actually we'd want like a tangent line like that. Or like that. Because the derivative should be greater. That's actually... Ooh. So the thing that I was saying, it doesn't really help then. How can we, like, find... that spot where the tangent is greater? Because it could... This is a tricky question. Why is my voice not audible? Because I wasn't talking? might have something to do with it. Perhaps it helps to start with f of 1 minus f of 0. The integral from 0 to 1 f prime x dx. That seems like something. So we know that it's a nonlinear function. In this case that we're considering. And we want to... What do we know about this right-hand side? We must need to name some kind of point inside of this. Like, I don't know if this is helpful to do, but we could do something. We could stick a constant in here. So I feel like we need some constant somewhere. Can we talk in Insta? Like Instagram? I don't have an Instagram. Oh, hey, Zach. You don't have to work on this if you don't want, but this person asked me an analysis question. And I think I wrap my head around like geometrically what's happening, but I'm having a hard time actually figuring out a proof of this. And if you're a bit busy and don't want to work on something, then please, like, you don't have to, but if you do feel like it, then... All right, see ya, Kuzaima. Fishing prep? Okay, no worries. Nah, you should do your prep. I know that I can do this, I'm just trying to figure out the technique. Oh wait, are you actually asking for help on this, Teja, or are you just asking this for fun? Because I'd rather do homework help. Like, or like I'd rather answer questions people actually like need help with, not just kind of get quizzed by people. And I just saw another question in Discord that's waiting for help too, so. If f is not linear, then derivative f prime x cannot be constant, meaning f prime x must vary over 0, 1. Ah, the place is looping. Contradiction? There's probably something with contradiction there, but I don't know. I feel like those rarely work out how I hope they will. Any advice on what I should do? I'm a senior in high school learning AP Calc AB, and I never learned pre-algebra/algebra fully. I have a bit of knowledge of geometry trig, but I struggle in calculus. That's really a common issue, Jaden. if you want kind of a crash course, I do really like this website, Paul's Online Notes. Like, just look in the algebra section before you even get into the calculus parts. And they go over, or he goes over a lot of like, just like the fundamentals that you're going to need for a normal calculus class. And if you want, people to ask me like a question too, if you're having trouble with something. But that's like the a good resource that I can point you to. Yeah, so like I'm interpreting it geometrically as we need to we can always find some line where we can always find a tangent line with slope more than like the average slope. It's just actually naming that line in a systematic way is a little bit hard. All right, Teja, I'm not gonna look at your. I'm probably about to move on from this question, to be honest, because I'm trying to do like homework help questions, not just questions people feel like asking me for fun. So Ansuman, don't X and Y have to be 0 and Z is anything? I had a calc test today on limits. I understand the concept, but I didn't know how to solve the other half of the problems because you're insufficient algebra skills. Yeah, that's a super common problem with calculus students where you kind of don't pay attention and now's the same way where you don't pay attention in algebra, and then when it comes back to bite you when you take a calculus class. It comes down to a lot of practice. Well, it sounds like you know how to do that question you just asked, though, Teja. And I definitely don't know how to do that odd number of digits thing. I think Z can be any number it wants to be on Simon. Okay, so I see KIR in the Discord. Lorentz transformation? I don't know anything about it, I'm sorry. If A is less than C, then A plus B over 2 equals C. B greater than... All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to look at... this question here in the Discord. Can you explain the basis for polar coordinates? I was trying to write two distinct vector terms that are basis in polar coordinates, but when I tried to add them, I didn't know what to do. They had different bases. Oh, wait, actually, ooh, there's two different interpretations there. KR, are you still here? Because I know that for a given vector, you could say that if we call this thing A, you could say like the magnitude of A is like the radius of it, and that it has like you could call this like a polar representation, and also what's the name for the angle that it makes? Like I want to call it the argument, but that's for like a complex number. You could also like look at arctan of 1/2, and that's like your angle. But yeah, if you're just given those and you have to add two vectors, it gets a little bit weird. You might not have enough information. So, okay, I think I need some more. I think I need to see an example of what they're asking here with that. I'll actually post it in the Discord too. Okay. You take the ACTs, SAT and Silver. How should I prepare besides focusing algebra to optimize my score? The SAT, I remember them. I don't know about the SAT. about the ACT. I never took it, but at least for the SAT, I remember their questions weren't even, I don't think they were that algebra based. They were mostly asking trick questions where you had to pay really close attention to the wording. And so there's a lot of SAT prep books, or I'm sure there's like websites and YouTube videos out there too. Where you just need to look at a lot of how they word their questions and follow that exactly. And eventually like you'll see those tricks. I remember they didn't write math that was that crazy, but you do have to pay a lot of attention to how they word it. And the best way to do that is to do some practice questions and get used to the ways they try to trick you. Please tell me about eigenvalue matrix I couldn't understand. I really don't want to stream for that much longer. I've already streamed for a lot longer than I want to stream for right now. Let me see what this other question is. Same aspirant. Has FF is continuous on 0, 1, 0, 1, differential on 0, 1, 0, 1, the mean value theorem. Oh, after injury, I've been waiting this entire time. I'm sorry. I just don't know how to do that. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I thought I said I'd... Oh, shoot, you know, I said I'd look at it later, and then later never came. I'm sorry. I meant to say that I think I just don't know how to do it. I'm really sorry about not being more clear about that. It kind of looks like a competition problem. I don't know who'd be good at that. Like, there's... Man, I feel bad. Let me try and at least Google it here. Because I just don't know how to do this. No, okay, there's nothing. So yeah, after I don't know who exactly would be potentially good at figuring this out, but yeah, I'll paste the question in there and chat again. I don't know who exactly would be good at figuring this out, but there are other math streamers on Twitch than just me. I have them recommending anyone in particular for this exact question though. Like I don't know how you approach something like that. Jane and Josh, no worries. From JE. Oh, yeah, if it's... I generally can't do JE questions. Okay, there's a question about eigenvalues, matrix multiplication, and then resources on explaining linear algebra. I've heard 3 Blue 1 Brown has a good linear algebra website. I've heard this get recommended. That might be your best bet for like a free thing. All right. I'm gonna try with Aft Ranger's question, and then I think I'm gonna wrap up shop. So if anyone else has me a question, I won't be able to do it today. Some constant times I, where C is a real number. The 3 Blue 1 Brown series is great for visualization and intuition. Less good for learning rigorous computation, matrices, and linear algebra. Okay. I've seen Khan Academy recommended too. Obi says, okay. So are we saying that A is equal to A plus BI, and that B, I guess, is equal to this? Since I already use C up there. Maybe I'd rather use C. So then 5 times C plus DI over 11 times, A plus BI is equal to some purely imaginary number. Obi's saying to rationalize the bottom, I assume from here, and not in some other case and I misinterpreted. What do you get with this foiling? 55 AD minus 55 BCI over 121A squared. This will be plus 121B squared. Hey, Samir. So, this is terrible. 55AC plus 55BD over 121A squared plus 121B squared should be equal to 0. Like, the real part of this imaginary number should be 0. But I don't know what we do with this. AC is equal to minus BD? Is it? Can you solve integration questions? I generally can, as long as they're not too hard of an integral. For today, this is the last one I'm looking at, and then I'm wrapping it up. You like math? Yeah, I'm from America. Some equations solve for A and B in terms of K. I guess we do have... It's 2 equations, but we have way too many unknowns here. I'll paste the question into the YouTube chat. Oh, the denominator can't be 0. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, from this equation, we get AC equals minus BD. Okay. Complex number questions? Only if they're basic. My knowledge of complex variables is not the best. Okay, Akil, you can post your question once. You don't need to keep spamming it until I answer it. Like, just post it once. That's plenty. I don't know if it's helpful to plug it in on the right side. Oh wait, does that mean K is 0? No. The sign flips. It's like 110 AD. over 121 a squared plus 121 b squared is k. So I know that's helpful, but it's something. Oh, never mind. I'm crazy. I was just making the letters match what I wanted them to match. I don't think it helps with some. Akil, please don't ask me a question just for fun. If there's a question on your homework that you actually need help with, then ask me, but don't just ask me this question for fun, please. I can generally do things that you would encounter in a normal, like, American undergraduate university in, like, the first or second year in anything that's before that. So, like, what do we know about, like, the modules of this number? Do we know anything that's helpful? Yeah, it's a competition question. I'm only looking at it because I kept after Ranger waiting for way longer than I meant to. I'm not confident I can actually do this, but I want to at least try. Divide by 2023a in the numerator and denominator, Gunnalan says. I just see that there's years in this, so I assume it's some type of competition. It could be JE or Olympiad, I don't know. Ratio of A over B. I can get really close but can't solve the last step. It's a JE problem? Okay. The ratio of A over B. Like, what do you mean with that? I mean, that might be related to what Gunnalan said over in the YouTube chat, where we'd cancel 2023A from this fraction. Right now, I'm not studying anything. I have a bachelor's in applied math. B over A is also purely imaginary. Really? I guess so. Someone wants to write 2024 is 2023 plus 1? Hey, Jaden. Um, that's the question there. A lot of nice things happen when you take the conjugate of this number. I don't know how to do that. I guess we have to do this. I'm just following what Gunnalan is saying. Separate the denominators, like, This? Wait, not like that. I mean, I'm trying to answer the question the person who asked us over in the Twitch chat, so I don't care about spoilers. I'm definitely not doing this for fun. To know, no, I'm this is the last question of the day, and then I'm leaving. Um, chemistry? No, I don't really know chemistry. I don't really know what this does. Seeing the conjugate squared equals z times z conjugate. Or sorry, the modulus squared equals z times z conjugate. That's probably a good thing to look at. Let me actually... Well, what's the conjugate? I guess we need to bring this to the actual... B is C plus DI. Yeah, I'm trying that now, Teratar. This thing seems kind of messy, though. Like, do we have to do all this algebra here? Oh, like, just do symbolically, like, B conjugate? Alex, I don't have time today. If you want, you can try this 3 blue, 1 brown course on linear algebra. This is the last question of the day, though, before I leave. So, sorry about that. Like, I guess we have to multiply this out in order to get anything that's that helpful. I'm wrapping it up soon, Arthur. I wouldn't. If we can't get an answer to this question, that'd be nice. But if we can, I'm just gonna give up and end the stream. This is the last question of the day. I don't know how this helps us, I guess. B equals Ka, where K is the imaginary. Divide and multiply right hand side with A squared. And substitute given. Prove the quadratic equation. I don't know. I don't actually know how you prove that, Shoddy. I'm sure there's a lot of things online that'll do it. I'll probably delete that in a second. So critical. This the last problem of the day. Oh, Whiskers, I need to wrap it up after this question. I don't have time to do it on stream. I can look at it after, but there's just too many questions today to get to everyone. Substitute for b equals k, you can factor an a out from both the numerator and denominator. Speaker, you've been here and I've said a million times that this is the last question that I'm doing today. This is the last question that I'm doing today, in case you need to be told it directly. So Territar is saying that if you do let b equals ka, you get a bunch of cancellations, which, yeah, I guess, is that going to be good? Can't from both the numerator and denominator. Yeah, I know it's JE, and I don't normally do these questions because they're just so insane. But Americans are not good at studies. We're pretty freaking lazy. What do we get? 24K plus 2023 over 2024k minus 2023 times 2024k plus 2024k minus 2023. Thank you, Gurkarat. Think you got it, iBreezy? Oops. Hey, Molly. Right now I don't have that much of a schedule. I normally would do it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Starting 4.5 hours ago. But I've been a little bit busy in life, so I've been missing some stream times. If you've ever heard of twitch.tv, there's a little community of math streamers that are over there, and I consider that my primary streaming platform. Let me I don't know if I have the command set up on YouTube. I'll paste it over from the Twitch command. Oh, I can't do it from the Twitch command because it's a little too long. There's a bunch of them, and then let me get the rest of the list. Yeah, I don't like using the Enigma command, to be honest. When did they introduced me to matrices in school? Not until I was an undergraduate taking a linear algebra class. I never did them before that. AB equals minus DC. Using the fact that A and B are purely imaginary. Meaning real is 0, you get T equals minus B. Let's simplify the mod expression to 1. It's 1? Wow. You think? I don't know if After is still even here, but I think I gotta give up on this one. Started back to college. It's been a wild ride so far. Tips on Calculus 1? Oh yeah, okay, so I do really want to wrap up the stream soon here. But I do want to see if like Apt is here and has a question for iBreezy or something. The thing that got me through calculus is Paul's online notes. They provide they skip over all the theory, which I personally like. And they just kind of tell you what you need to do to solve the questions in front of you. And if you're weak on any of the like prerequisites, like the algebra trig stuff, they have sections for that too. But yeah, that's a tip that I can give for like resources to learn outside of your class. And then also, if you don't know it, Wolfram Alpha is, if you don't know the site, Wolfram Alpha is your friend. Because you can plug pretty much anything you're going to find in a Calc 1 class into this. Like you're going to be doing limits early on. So if you go to math input, just in the star for frequently used, there's like a limit thing. So you can do like limit as x approaches 2, you can do a fraction bar like x minus 2 over x squared plus 3. Like that's the limit that you might have to evaluate in a Calc 1 class. And this can actually like do it for you and show kind of what's happening. It shows you a lot more than you need to, but you just kind of look at the parts that you need. Arithmetic progressions, not really. So I'm going to share answer in this YT chat. You can put it in my Discord if you want. Actually, I don't know if AppRanger is in there. Its value is 1 using a fact. Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you so much for doing that, iBreezy. Looks like iBreezy will post a solution in Discord too. use of competition questions? Okay, that's good, because I'm not. I don't particularly enjoy competition questions either. So yeah, that's my little spiel, I guess, Molly. So that's what you needed? Awesome. Yeah, and so I love Calc 1. So if you ever run into any questions or want to hear about anything from me, then please feel free to ask. Right now it's bad times. I'm about to wrap things up, but yeah, I'll be around. You're studying for MAT? Oh, nice. Okay. Unless any like kind of like quick question, I think I really got to wrap up the stream. I've been streaming for a long time now, so. Oh, and also there's my Discord server as well, and I'll answer questions offline if I have time, or someone can help as well. Yeah, no worries, Molly. I do think I'm gonna wrap up the stream here for the day though, because I'm tired. When am I streaming again? So I'll definitely be streaming on Saturday, starting 4 hours and 40. Oh, actually no, 1 Pacific time in California. So 4 hours and 20 minutes ago today, I started early, thinking I would end early too. Joke was on me. But for anyone wanting help, the first 2 hours of my stream on Saturday are going to be like a physics reading group. So if you want help, I'm not going to be doing math help until 2 hours into that stream. That's my warning for Saturday. If I'm streaming on not a Saturday, then I don't do that, but... Help me limits and derivatives. I'm just going to link you to Paul's online notes, personally, that's about limits and derivatives. You can come back at another day. I can talk more about them. Yeah, Taratar, thanks so much for helping, for hanging out. Okay, hearing from me then? Awesome, Molly. I look forward to it. Okay, so yeah, for anyone who's new here, I dual stream to Twitch and YouTube, so I'm going to cut the YouTube stream off here. On Twitch, I'm going to see if someone's around to raid them and say hi to someone else who likes math, if there's anyone around. But yeah, so anyone's here on YouTube, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back on Saturday, first doing a physics reading group for 2 hours, and then switching into math help. So see everyone on YouTube.